Good evening. What's up, buddy? Pay, Jez, Pardo? What's going on? Fishy? Vardy? Interesting. It's a real goddamn Vardy in my chat. Okay. What's up, Stewie? Oh god. I hope it's not doing this shit again where the fucking game doesn't start, because I forgot to check it again. Okay, updating Steam. Why does it need to update Steam? Why does it open Steam? Okay. It never used to open Steam, like when it booted the game up. I don't know why it's doing that. Alright, I need to practice some stuff. I've got some notes. I've got a list of things I want to practice. I'm basically just gonna do a big practice here though, like there's a lot of things I just want to make sure that are just super drilled in. This is the old save file. Is anyone here watching Masters of the Air? It's like the new, made by the same people who made fucking Band of Brothers and the Pacific. Watching through that at the moment. It's pretty good. G'day, Sholzy, how are you? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's probably, I don't think anything can be Band of Brothers, but I think it's like way better than the Pacific. I wasn't a huge fan of the Pacific, I don't know. But I'm also like a lot more interested in the European campaign than the Pacific. You're grand? Well, that's good. Oh shit. Oh, that worked. Okay. I'm excellent. I've just been chill banging. Watching shit. Why is my forehead fucking shiny? Dude, I've been getting like more of a tan because it's been fucking hot and I've been out a lot at work, like out on site. And I've just been like rolling up my sleeves so I actually get like a bit of a tan, which I like haven't done in years, you know. Because I wear like long sleeve clothes, long sleeve uniform at work. I swear you just resubbed. Oh, you did.
Any 2-day back-to-back subbers in chat.
Dude, thank you for the 1 year now. Dude, can you believe it's been 1 year already? Holy. That's crazy. Enjoy the new sub badge, dude. Look at that full Estus flask. Appreciate it, dude. I hope you're doing well. Not satisfied. I gotta get more direct hits here. I really need to optimize every little thing I can if I'm gonna be serious about taking the record back. Like, there is no room for error. I can definitely get it back. Like, I'm more confident in that now after watching the world record. Like, I finally watched it yesterday. And there's a lot of little things that can still be done that are, you know, to save time. But I mean, like, the run is still, like, his run is fucking super solid, but it's not perfect. His strongest point is his early game. Like, he has a fucking insane early game, which is what I expected from a Shura runner. Dude, like, if you run, I remember, like, when I was a Shura runner too, if you run Shura glitchless, like at a world record level, and then you come back to all bosses, you will immediately notice how much better your early game is. Because that category forces you to optimize every little thing. Every little movement. It's fucking insane. Like, you end up saving... Even though it's just the early game, like... Giving yourself a head start like that, like... really goes a long way. At the end, like, it just gives you more leeway, you know? So you can make more mistakes and still get a solid run. Of course, being in, like, you know, 99% of the time, I've been an all bosses runner at this point. And so I'm more evenly spread out across the board when it comes to my strengths. And I'm probably, like, one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced, all bosses runner. Like, I can see, like, points where I could do it better than he does. And like I said, his early game is his biggest strength, but I think I can be faster than him at the late game. That's always been my strength. But I need to, you know, also have a better early game myself. Like, I have to improve the parts of the run that aren't my strongest point. I need to be better in every single way. And that's going to take practice and time, which I have to be actually serious about putting in. Because, like, you can tell that I haven't been as, like, serious or passionate about it as I used to be. And, I don't know, I don't want to do that. I think back to, like, how I used to see it. You know, speedrunning. It used to just be, like, something I fucking loved doing, and that's why I would sit there and practice, like, every single day. I want to get that passion back. And it's a process of, like, it's so easy to get into the mindset of, like, you look at this big mountain you have to climb, and it's easy to be like, man, I can't be fucked to do that. Like, it's so much work. And that's why, like, everyone, like, you know, most average people would just give up before they even try. But it's all mindset. Like, you have to get little victories and build your way up. And I think, you know, I try to think back of, like, the mindset I used to have. And that's how it was, I guess. Because I just would practice, like, every day. Every day I was, like, I would go through the whole run in my mind. And I would be like, alright, where can I improve? Like, what do I need to practice? Because I want to make sure, like, I drill it into my brain so that, like, when the time comes, it's, you know, I'm gonna be able to execute everything the way I envision it. And being a perfectionist, like, that mindset actually helps me because, like, but then, like, if I'm in a run, the problem as well, like, if I'm in a run and I make a mistake and the run doesn't go as I envision it, I, like, can't stop thinking about that mistake. Because suddenly, like, that vision I had, that I built up of the run is, like, shattered, and I'm like, fuck, it didn't go, like, and I stop, like, being able to perform. It has to go exactly as I, you know, envision it. Dude, it's like 100% mindset, like... It's not even a skill thing. I mean, of course, like, you need to practice and you need to know what to do, but you need to have the right mindset, or you just won't reach your goals. Good competition helps. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's what I was thinking as well. It's like, it's what I've always wanted, like, for years, is competition. I craved like, you know, years ago, a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago. I just wanted competition because I wanted to be better. And having competition forces you to be better, and it forces you to evolve. Because if you, like, you know, if you become, like, the #1 player in the world, and there's no one there to challenge you, you're like, never gonna really improve as a player. Well, because there's nothing to sort of, like, what's the point? What's the point of, like, becoming a better player? But when someone else comes along and they try to, like, optimize the game, or they have new ideas, like, you can learn from them. And then you, like, it forces you to evolve. And then that challenges the other person, and you just keep trying to find ways to improve, and you build each other up. It's a healthy rivalry. That's the best thing you can have. I think it's so cool to see in sports, like, you know, you constantly see sports evolving all the time. Like, imagine how many kids around the world that, like, Messi has inspired. And one day, one of those kids is going to be better than Messi. Because they're going to keep optimizing the sport. That's fucking cool. Humans are insane, dude. The fact they can do that, they just keep evolving like that. And I know it's just a video game, but even in video games you can really just push the boundaries of the game to the max. Like, especially in a game like this, you compare it to, like, say, Super Mario Bros. Or whatever. Like, even now, they're getting Super Mario Bros. Close to absolute, like, pixel perfection, which is crazy. A game like this has so much more room for optimization. Like it's crazy because it's so much more. There's so much more you can do in it. Even in a game as simple as this, on a 3D plane. Even just within the last year or two, like the optimizations and the strats are fucking crazy. Like, you know, all the attack cancelling and the 180 dead angles. Shit like that, it's just nuts. Never looked back on. I think a lot of people also, like, as they get older, I guess they just start thinking, oh man, like, there's gonna be someone who comes along younger that's just gonna be better than me. But I mean, like look at Messi. He's, how old is he? He's like in his 30s or whatever, and he's still like the best player. I think, you know, you can be in your prime for a lot longer than you think. You just have to put in the work. It's all mindset. The moment you start doubting yourself, it's all fucking, it's over, dude. It's probably not a conscious thing, like you probably just slowly slip into this negative mindset. But if you catch yourself doing that, you have to be like, yo, what the like, when did you start thinking so negatively? What happened? Look back at your achievements in the past, the mindset you had. You can do it. You can do anything you put your mind to. Stop being a little bitch. And the only person that's gonna get you there is yourself. You can't count on anyone else. This social stream thing does have a bit of a delay, I noticed. It's like popping up in OBS before it's popping up on this social stream. Better at early and you're better at late. I mean, you know, his entire Shura section of the run is like fucking flawless. Like, dude, he barely loses like 5 to 10 seconds, like 20 minutes in. It's nuts. It must be like at Ape where he, I think like he loses a bit of time on Ape because he got like shot and gunned for it and he did like an alternative strat. But other than that, like his hour was pretty good. His hour was really solid. It wasn't perfect, but it was solid. I mean, like most of his run is really good. Like there aren't many like mistakes. It's mostly like he could have executed some things a bit better. There's minor time losses here and there, not just to RNG, but like I guess kind of poor movement, or like he didn't get like quick death blows and stuff. Or like he just didn't get good RNG. Like his dragon, he lost like 10 seconds on dragon or something. He dies to Garchin Headless right at the end. And dude, like, he must have been kicking himself for that, because he lost like 7 seconds right at the end. Because on Garchin Headless, like in phase 2, he rotates left around Garchin Headless instead of right. I don't know why he did that, because it's way easier to rotate right, like counterclockwise. So he rotates clockwise. He gets like 6 R1s and then he goes to do Dragon Flash, but Headless turns around and just quick slams him before he can get it out. But if he had gone right, he would have easily like killed him. So yeah, he does have a death. So he lost like 7 seconds there. He's Tokujiro. I mean, I could go through the whole thing and like tell you the little time losses. So like his early game is like fucking flawless, right? I mean, he lost a little time on Bull because he got like hit and didn't get the best RNG. His Genichiro was like perfect. He got double lightning. You know, everything was going really good. He got shot and gun fought. So he had to do like an alternative strat on Ape. So his phase 1, he lost a bit of time. Owl was pretty solid, but he did not get the best RNG, and he didn't get like a quick death blow, I think, on phase 1. Oh yeah, and he got kicked out of the idol on Owl. He ran up to the idol and tried to get like the quick rest, but he got kicked out. I don't know why he tried, because he was like nowhere near the idol. His Monk 2 was pretty good. He didn't get the best phase 3 RNG though, but it was still like clean. Yeah, everything was clean. Arco Headless, he didn't get the best RNG either. I think he got a teleport or something. Yeah, everything's clean. Dragon, he lost 10 seconds. He had a really bad Deacon's phase. Like, I think he actually missed one of the aerial death blows or something. I think he lost like 10 seconds though. Shigekichi, I think he lost like 1 or 2 seconds there. He didn't get the best RNG, and he also like he could have got an extra R1 and got like a parry death blow, but he didn't go for it, and so he had to do an extra R1 at the end and got like a slow death blow. Shinobi Hunter, he lost a bit of time because again, like he didn't get the good death blow. Well, he did, but he like didn't get a quick death blow. So like he jumped down and he MD'd Shinobi Hunter, but he was too far away, and he knew that he was too far away, so he had to dash forward for the death blow. So he lost a bit of time there. He did get the backstab. Juzo was pretty solid. Lady Butterfly was solid. He goes for the risky Lady Butterfly, where he doesn't firecracker. He just goes in and he MDs. I really gotta know, like, I actually want to ask him if he gets that bad RNG where she like jumps up on the string straight away, like does he have a backup plan for that? Because yeah, it's kind of scary if she does that. Like you could just go for firecracker. But also I noticed that he actually doesn't use the Yashi Spirit Fall in phase 2 on Butterfly, which means he's obviously saving emblems, which is pretty interesting. But that's like, dude, it's so tight. Like Butterfly has to give you a good phase 1, and you have to kill her like instantly. Because his last MD, like just as it connects, his Yashi Spirit Fall literally disappears. Like you have to pop it right at the cutscene, and then everything has to go perfectly. Otherwise, you're fucked. He also gets the quick centipede too. So like, I mean, he jumps down and he gets a quick death blow. He doesn't need to land on the rafters. So that's like maybe half a second save. His Lone Shadow 3 also wasn't perfect. I mean, because like he didn't get a quick death blow again. I notice this happens a lot with keyboard and mouse players. They struggle to get good positioning on bosses where it's like I guess it's more of a 3D fight. There's a lot of movement going on, and I don't know. He's not able to control the fight very well in the air and stuff like that. Like sometimes he's just not landing next to the enemy for the quick death blow. And I noticed that with beta too. It just seems to be like a keyboard and mouse problem, but like he got the backstab on Lone Shadow 3. And he had to, like, he didn't get the quick death blow, he had to dash up for it. So he lost time though doing that. Like, it's all just minor. It's nothing like, it's not like a mistake. It's just like, there's a little time to save though. Juzo 2 was, his Juzo 2 was pretty good, but like, after he killed Juzo 2, Lone Shadow was right there, and he panicked, and he like jumped out of the way. So, like, he did like a sort of pointless jump, and had to like correct his pathing, which was a little bit of time loss. It's funny how I can remember like everything in his run. It's like so clear in my head because I was paying like a lot of attention to it. Like I watched the whole thing from start to finish. His L2 as well, he didn't get the best RNG. Like he got bad phase 1 RNG. Phase 2 RNG wasn't the best either, but it was still clean, you know. Lone Shadow 4 as well. Again, like it was clean, but he didn't get the quick death blow again. Like he the fastest thing to do is go for the backstab there, but he goes for the front stab. And so like he has to wait for the fog gate to jump out the window. Elite 2 was solid. He has a really good Ogre 2. And he also doesn't use the he doesn't use the Spirit Fall there either. So again, he's saving emblems and he's saving time. Which is, yeah, that's interesting. He's really like, he saves a lot of emblems at the end, like, because he's not using Yashi Spirit Fall on Butterfly, and he's not using Yashi Spirit Fall on Ogre, but maybe, I guess he has to do like an extra MD on Ogre. Another thing, he doesn't use... Oh, yeah, I guess he does use... He uses a Firecracker on Juzo too. But he does like an alternative strat, which I've seen some runners do, where they hide behind the tree and they kind of like kite... What's with my green screen? It looks like shit. They kite Juzo 2 around the tree, and it saves them like having to do... It saves them like having to do that Firecracker. Instead they do like jump MD, let Juzo come around the tree, jump Firecracker MD MD. So it saves them a little time, like not having to do the single Firecracker. Like they do it all in one swift movement where it's like jump Firecracker MD MD. So yeah, here's a really good Ogre 2. 7 Spears 2 is great. His Ishin is great too. He doesn't get the best phase 2 RNG though. So but it was still like super solid. His Demon was also like really good. Like he got a really good Demon. Though I don't think he got the best RNG. He had really weird RNG in phase 1 and 2, which I don't think was optimal. But he still got like a really solid Demon. His Orin was solid too. Except again, he didn't get the quick death blow. Because Orin like flew underneath him. He still got the backstab, like but he had to dash up for the backstab. And then he dies on Gachi and Headless. So he lost like 7 seconds there. And then on his Tokujiro, I don't know why, but he actually like shurikens one of the monkeys when he jumps down, which is, I think that's a time loss. It's not much of a time loss, but he's not running in a straight line. He sort of like falls off sideways, and I don't know, I don't think it's optimal. But and then Tokujiro idles, so he has to do 2 MDs there. And then of course these Shishman 2 and 3 are, well, they're Shishman, so. So, I mean, like, the time losses I mentioned, like, they weren't really, like, they're only minor, but they do add up. And there is a single death there. And they add up enough that, like, I could definitely beat it. You know, like, the time losses, if I, like, subtract the time losses off, like, or sorry, add his time losses to, like, my early game compared to his, like, it would put me ahead, you know, but if I just, like, made my entire run, like, super solid, like, make sure there's no, you know, everything's optimized, I could win. I know I can. I'm sure of that now after watching it. But it would just have to be such a solid run, like, we're talking, like, dude, like, his run is, like, within, it's, like, 1 minute off his summer best. That's fucking crazy, man. Like, that is insane. We've never gone that low before. I think I've, like, the lowest I've gone was, like, 1 minute 20 of my summer best. But I mean, like, there's more optimizations now. There's less RNG, I think, on some things, you know. Some of the bosses are, like, more scripted now, like the headless and stuff. The headless were, like, big, you know, time losses, but, you know, we have scripted Gokhan now. And, like, Demon's a lot more optimal too. It's possible. It's just gonna be, like, I really need to put my mind to it. Like, that's why I made sure I watched carefully. And I, you know, wrote things down that I need to practice. But if I can put my mind to it, I can win. And that would be the biggest world record I'd ever get. A death to Gokhan at the end is, like, the biggest, like, he must have been pissed because it's right at the end. Literally free. Like, he got the good RNG too. Like, he got the grab. But that's like, you know, free 7 seconds for me. I can tell, like, dude, like, when I get on pace for world record on that run, it's gonna be, the pressure's gonna be insane. Like I said, it's all mindset. What's up, Biggie? Speaking of mindset, you used to be addicted to porn last 2 years. Now you work out and make your own music. And just getting better, all about the mindset. Fuck yeah, dude. That's it. Yeah, like, it really is like 90% mindset. I mean, in order to get the skills that you need, it's mindset as well. Like, you have to be disciplined. You have to practice. I think you really need, like, a passion for it too. Like, you need to be, like, you need to want to learn all the risky shit, all the optimal strats. Want to be better at the game. Because if you don't have that, you'll never, ever make it to the top. What's up, Ice T? Well, he's not grinding the category at the moment, he's taking a break. Like, he could easily take it back from me. Well, not easily. It wouldn't be easy, but he kept, you know, he's really good at the game. But if I could just take it back, I would be fucking happy. And I mean, it's not like I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm never gonna be that guy that like gets a record and runs. I'm still gonna defend it. I'm still gonna come back if it gets taken back. That's, you know, that's the beauty of speedrunning. Just keeps going. But it really is at the... Dude, like, all bosses is so optimized right now. Like, it really is gonna come down to getting, like, a perfect run, or almost perfect. I mean, like I said, there is time save. There's time save, though. It's gonna have to be just a really well-executed run. Thanks, Eva. What's up? Like, it's gonna take pure focus. Like, there is no room for distraction. And I think I have honestly just been, like, really distracted lately. You know, I try to think back of, like, what would Sekiro Shadow have done? And I remember, like, how fucking focused and into it I used to be. Like, I would not... I remember even saying, like, you know, back when I was racing against Sutemo and, like, Faraz Khan, I remember, like, watching Faraz, and I was like, dude, his weakness is that he talks to chat way too much. Like, because that's, like, his thing. He loves talking, and he would prefer to talk to chat than, like, focus on the game. Whereas, like, I was, like, much more, like, into the game. Like, I would do an entire run without barely talking to chat. I was just focusing on the game, and that's all I cared about was, like... That's what I was good at. That's what people... The people who did watch me, they just liked me because I was good at the game. It was never about being entertaining or whatever. The entertainment was just being good at the game. And that takes 100% focus. I'm sure all the best speedrunners in the world, at whatever game it is, they're probably not focusing on their chat. I mean, like, I would still, like, talk to chat. I would just only do it, like, where there was no, like, I would not lose time, you know, only on loading screens or, like, door opening animations or whatever, shit like that. Oh, here we go. Don't you ever get bored comment? YouTube commenter. Man, if you need to ask that question, you just don't understand. You don't understand speedrunning and you don't understand sports probably. Like, not to be rude, but like, would you ask a sports player if they ever get bored playing the same sport? Thanks for the good luck, Shire. What's up, dude? All bosses, yeah. All bosses run as a chads. Hmm. Honestly, I think like being good at the game is, at least for what I do, it's more important than being entertaining or whatever, you know? I think that is like the number one entertainment. At least for me, like for what I want to do. Like I said, I can still like, I just need to not get as distracted, because I used to fucking hate that. I was, you know, if I lost like a single, like even half a second to like not running in a perfectly straight line because I'm talking to chat, that would just annoy me. Yeah, like at the same time, you have to like, you can't get so serious that you like get like mad when you fail. You know, you sometimes you have to like not take it so seriously when you're, I think especially when you're learning. Like if you're getting tilted because you fail, like that is just number one way to fail repeatedly. And my head hurts. Yeah, what's happening with my cam, dude? What the fuck? I don't know why it's like why the green screen's shitting out. Oh, Grillo? That is bad, dude. Look at it. I wonder if that's due to. Oh god, no. I wonder if it's because of my white shirt. Now it makes the. Yeah, it depends on like the color of my shirt and stuff, I guess. Like now my gaming chair is like fading from existence. I'm finding it like really hard. I think since I got my light in my room, I'm finding it hard to make the green screen look good. Yeah, I've played a lot of DS3. I have no hit all bosses. Up Cyan. I wonder if like getting a new cam would be a good idea. A high quality one. Because I've been using this same Logitech C922 for years. How does that look? Well, only when you turn it to the side, I guess. It looks bad, man. I hate it. I don't know what to do. Camera's okay. Fair enough. But I wonder if it'll just like look much better. Dude, that's annoying me how it looks bad, man. I'd rather just have it in the background. Why is it only down there? It looks bad. Like it must be it's like the corners of my green screen aren't lit up enough. Fuck. Why? It still looks bad, man. Why? Why? Is it because I'm wearing a white shirt? Like, does that affect anything? I swear, it never usually looks that bad. I rarely wear white shirts, so. Okay. Yeah, I heard about Akira Toriyama. Sad, man. For fuck's sake. What's up, Night Fury? Hey, Jamie. I've not tried this game blindfolded. I'm not even going to bother doing that because it's much easier to do that on keyboard and mouse. And I do not want to relearn the game on keyboard and mouse. I also just think it wouldn't be something I'm into. Like, the idea of it sounds cool, but it doesn't really, I don't know. I don't think I would, like, get better at the game doing it, you know? I don't really like the idea of it. Double Canyon, yeah, it's really hard. It took me ages to get it the first time. Keep your weapons aimed. What's up, Liam?
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Thanks for the follow, not MJ. You can beat the game with one attack power. I've done it before. No hit. Yeah, it was a clutch dodge. Nope. I'm practicing. Alright. How do I get rid of this? Steam. Okay. Wrong save file. Have you guys heard of mewing? Yeah, mewing. What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's real? Yeah, I never get the good RNG on this anymore. It's like a new trend that's been going around lately where, you know, they reckon if you have like good tongue posture by like sticking your tongue to the roof of your mouth, like going like, and like putting your entire tongue against the roof of your mouth and keeping it that way, I reckon that kind of like realigns your jaw and like gives you a stronger jaw look. You know, especially if you're one of those people that doesn't have a fucking chin, like you're just like gobble neck. And it gives you like a stronger jaw, like, or if you have like an underbite or like an overbite or whatever. I reckon it's just good for your facial structure, but you know, there isn't like concrete evidence to show that it's real or not, you know, but some people say it's just like a myth, but other people reckon, you know, it came from an actual like doctor or whatever. The term mewing came from his name, because his last name is Mew. Him and his father are both like doctors or some shit, and they reckon doing the mewing technique is, yeah, healthy for that sort of thing. I reckon it opens up your airway. Yeah. So people, you know, a lot of it, especially like younger sort of TikTok people have been following that trend. I don't know how you can like... Did it take a while of training though to like get into the habit of like doing that all the time? You know, they also say that like if you're like a mouth breather or someone who, you know, you have your mouth open all the time and you don't breathe nasally, then that's just bad for your facial structure and like for your jaw. Because you're gonna have like an underdeveloped jaw. And it's just bad for breathing. It's unhealthy. I feel like I've naturally kind of been... I don't know if you'd call it mewing, but I think I've naturally had like pretty good tongue posture, like since birth. I don't know. Yeah, tongue posture is a thing. Like I think naturally my tongue just like kind of sits on the roof of my mouth when my mouth's closed, but I mean they actually like push it up against the roof of the mouth, like they reckon that's good for it. Fucking these delayed charges, dude. He never does good RNG. Yeah. What a man. Ay, ay, ay. Så doch immer. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Fuck me. Yeah, right. Think of flesh connecting your inside of your upper lip to your teeth. Do you not need that? Is that not necessary? What the fuck? Hardest boss? Oh man, fucking double gargoyles. Fuck that boss, dude. I fucking hate that boss. Dude, I still think, dude, I was like molding so hard fighting that boss. I was saying, and I still believe this, that I think that is like the worst fucking FromSoft boss ever made. And that's even more apparent when you do it on RL1 plus 0. Melee only. Trust me, bro. That shit was ass. I think the biggest thing I hate about it is how, you know how they have that poison attack where like they spit poison and like half a second later the entire arena is filled with poison. And that poison, it damages you on contact. What the fuck? Like, they're literally, like, never in the history of FromSoft games has there been poison that damages you on contact. Not only does it immediately, like, just delete you, like, delete your health bar, it obviously also procs poison, but, like, the poison isn't even the bad part, it's the fact that it, like, damages you. I've done the fight with the Nox Hammer RL1. I don't fucking care what you think, mate. It's a dog shit boss. Like, objectively. What a banger. Any duo boss is objectively shit. Anything with like more than one boss, or like even if it has trash mobs, it's just shit. Just bad. Yeah. And I mean, like, not only that, like, that's not the only bad thing about it. I think that gargoyles in general are just really shit, right? Like, there's multiple things. Like, yeah, like they are immune to everything, right? They're immune to everything. You can't proc status effects on them. So what the fuck's the point? 2, they have, yeah, so like they're tanky as shit. They have like an ocean of health. And they also hit hard as fuck. And they can fly across the entire arena like in an instant. And that seems to be a recurring thing in Elden Ring. It's like, why don't we just ramp up fucking everything? Let's make them like fly across the entire arena, have an ocean of health, hit hard as fuck, give them like a million AoE attacks, so you can't even get close to them half the time. Like massive AoE attacks. They have a really fucking weird hitbox. Like half the time when you're trying to run up with a melee weapon, like you just miss because they have a really weird hitbox. And it's, dude, they're just so bad. The poison attack fills the entire arena in an instant, so you've got to keep an eye on both of them. You know, and when you're fighting them in like an endurance fight, where you can't just, if you can't kill the first one before the second one comes in, it's a fucking nightmare. They both have like 2 different weapons and 2 different movesets each, which is just ridiculous. No, it's just bad. It's bad. It's really bad. Like, it's the worst boss they've ever made. In every way. Like, you can't even defend it. It's really fucking bad. Most people who say, like, it's, like, alright. Like, most of those people just, like, were super over-leveled for it. And it's not even a problem. Like, when I fought it in my, my first playthrough, it wasn't even a problem. Like, I killed the first one before the second one even came. But, like, when you do like a no leveling run, of course, like that's when you really start to see the problems with the game. I know it's easy to say, oh, well, you do it in a no leveling run, of course it's going to be hard, but like that doesn't excuse like just poor design, dude. Like, of course it's easy when you learn how to... It's easier when you learn how to fight it, but it's still like objectively bad. And dude, like when I did my no leveling run in Elden Ring, I found so many flaws in that game and so many like bad bosses. So many like bad designs. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like it's literally not even, it's not fun to do that run. It's not fun to do like endurance fights in Elden Ring. The game makes you want to just make a build that's so strong that you can just delete everything on a scripted kill because it's... Yeah, the majority of the bosses just aren't fun to fight. Like, the boss fights just don't flow like they do in, say, like a Sekiro fight. Alright, what was I practicing? Yeah, like not every single boss sucks, but like a lot of them do. And that's, I think, dude, I think like one of Elden Ring's weakest points is its bosses. Is it faster to... Dude, like... I saw in, I saw in Pumpkin's, like, world record, like, when he was doing this corner cheese, like, he was cancelling his attacks. I guess that's faster. Like, he was going, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, cancel, 1, 2, cancel, like... Is that faster? To just go 1, 2, cancel, 1, 2, cancel, 1, 2. Or at least like doing it after 4 must be faster. Yeah, like the 5th hit and then like reset on the combo is like just slow. Like it must be faster to go 1, 2, 3, 4, cancel, 1, 2, 3, 4, cancel, 1, 2. That's gotta be like faster DPS. What's up, Recycle? That's alright. Biss. Yeah, I'm fucking sick of this song. Okay, we're gonna Haiku. Any Haiku enjoys? Using sleep pots? Yeah, that's it. The good bosses are really good and bad bosses are really bad, yeah, dude. Like, another thing I found when I was doing that run, and I know like everyone said this, you probably heard this a million times, but it really is the truth, especially when you do these lower level runs, is that like so many bosses are good and then they all have like one move that ruins them. So many bosses had that. Like, it's like when they were designing the game, they were like, right, how can we make this boss bullshit? Like, and they just ramped the difficulty up on every single boss by giving them at least one just fucking bullshit move that just ruins the flow of the fight. And it's like every single major boss has one, I think. How can we spice this up and make it bullshit? And like, it's not... You know, making something like artificially difficult like that isn't a good thing. They, like, you know, they really... You can tell they really tried to up the ante in Elden Ring with boss difficulty, but they didn't do it in a good way, you know? It's not even like a tough but fair way, it's like... just annoying as fuck. Like Waterfowl Dance is the perfect example of that. Borealis Frost, yeah. Yeah, any of those breath attacks where it just bounces. Like, I think that's such an important thing to get right. And it's something they got right in their previous games, was the whole tough but fair thing, right? Like, and it would feel a lot more satisfying to overcome something like that, and you could appreciate it more. But in Elden Ring, oftentimes you would beat a boss, and the feeling wasn't like, oh, fuck yeah, I finally beat it, like, triumph. It was like, oh, thank God I killed that cunt of a boss. It, like, good riddance. You know what I mean? That's the feeling I got, like, even on my first playthrough. That's the feeling I got, like, often. Yeah, it becomes a chore. And that's how I felt about the game when I was running it no hit. It just felt like a chore, man. I just wasn't enjoying it when I was just resetting and doing it over and over. I was hoping doing that RR1 run would make me see the game differently, like in a better light, because I was like, alright, well, I'm doing it region locked, melee only. You know, I'm doing it the way that you should do it. Because, you know, in no hit I was doing like, I was super leveled up, I was like fully upgraded, I was getting scripted boss fights, and I'm like, man, I must have ruined the game for myself, because I just wasn't having fun, because I wasn't really engaged with the boss, because I was just doing like a scripted kill. So then when I did that RL1 run, I was like, fuck yeah, this is gonna be fun. But no, like, then I started to see even more flaws in the boss fights and the boss designs, and I was like, okay, now I see why that we fully level up and do these scripted boss fights. Because it's hiding like how badly designed some of these bosses are. Like, I don't want to sound like a negative Nancy, like, there's a lot of positives about Elden Ring, and I think it's a great game, but man, like, the boss fights are definitely its weakest point. And they're definitely, like, the bosses are nowhere near as memorable as, like, Dark Souls 3 bosses or Sekiro bosses. After you get the muscle memory, yeah, of course. That's exactly the same thing with like Gargoyles. You could say, oh yeah, it's funner like once you learn it. I think I don't know, I don't think that's very good. Like, if it's not fun on like the first playthrough, then it's not good. It's not good design. Of course, after you've like died to Millennia like 300 times and you shit your pants at the right angle and learn how to deal with waterfowl, it's not as bad. And yeah, like, I had fun as well once I learned how to do waterfowl, and once I finally beat her. But that doesn't mean waterfowl is, like, objectively a well-designed attack, nor is Millennia an objectively good boss fight. I think it pales in comparison to, like, literally any other boss from Dark Souls 3. It's just, like, artificially difficult as fuck, and that's why it's, like, overhyped to the shit. Because everyone talks about Millennia like she's like this impossible boss. Until she's not. And then it's suddenly like, oh, it's not so bad anymore. I think like tough but fair went right out the window with Elden Ring. And I mean, I think like, because of the game's like accessibility, like there's so many ways you can easily like beat a boss. I think it really masks a lot of the problems that the game has. Like, you know, me saying like all this stuff, I'm not saying that it's like hard. Because like Elden Ring's not hard. In fact, it's the easiest FromSoft game in my opinion. Like by far. It's the most accessible. There's always a way you can like, you know, go and level up or whatever. But that doesn't mean like the boss fights are like well designed, because they're not. They really are not compared to older games. And it's clearly like a quantity over quality thing. And they clearly just tried to like ramp up everything in the game. Because FromSoft know, like, they know that they're known for you know, difficult boss fights and stuff. I feel like it's kind of just too much now, you know, with all the super delayed attacks and the big AoEs and the big strings of combos where the boss fights just aren't engaging anymore. I don't like that. Final boss, oh yeah. Elden Beast is one of the worst bosses of all time, bro. I cannot believe they made that the final boss. Dude, like, having a good flow in a boss fight is so important. Elden Stars depends on your FPS whether you get the dodge. Really? The dodge? I found like Elden Stars so easy to dodge like since they've patched it. Like, because when I came back to the game and I did that RL1 run, I hadn't played the game for like a year or something, like a year and a half. And then I think like first try I dodged Elden Stars and I was like, what the fuck? I think I no-hit Elden Beast. I think when I did, I think I might have got hit once by Radagon or something, and then I did like hitless Elden Beast. I was really happy with that fight. The needles. What's up, Samurai? Welcome back, Pay. What'd you do? You started your Souls like with ER and thought it was almost a perfect game. Now play the older stuff and see how they recycle a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think like, dude, honestly, I think like your first game is gonna be like your most memorable, and like Dark Souls 1 was my first game, and like you know, it has a big place in my heart. But like when you look back at it now, it kind of looks like a shit game, like it's super clunky. But at the time, it was fucking awesome. And I still think even today, like Dark Souls 1 still holds up as a masterpiece. Overall, like it, you know, it kind of paved the way in world design of its type. Like the very interconnected worlds. There was nothing really like that. And then, you know, after Dark Souls 1, we had Dark Souls 3. You know, I played a lot of Dark Souls 2 after DS1, and then DS3 came out, which was, and still is, my favorite Souls game. And I think Dark Souls 3 is just the perfect Souls game. Like, it's, you know, it doesn't have as, it's not as, like, interconnected as DS1, but I still really like how they did the world and the bosses and just the speed of it. Like, it's not too slow and it's not too fast. It's just really good, and the boss fights are really memorable and iconic. And I love the PvP side of it, the covenants and all that. The atmosphere. Elden Ring kind of took DS3 and it it jammed it into an open world, and it had to make sacrifices. You know, it had to take away some things that DS3 had to make it fit into an open world, and I really didn't like that. That left a sour taste in my mouth. Because I was expecting Elden Ring to basically be just like DS3 but open world, but I mean, they straight up like just couldn't do that. It wouldn't be possible to have a Dark Souls game open world. At least not the exact same way, like. And so there's a, you know, it's a completely different kind of game. The open world really, like, changes a lot about how Dark Souls would work. And I think, honestly, I think, like, Elden Ring's biggest problem is, like, the game's just too damn big. And so you get this quantity over quality issue. Like, by far the biggest, like, allure of Elden Ring for anyone who wants to get the game is everyone talks about, like, how big the world is and, like, how, you know, like, that's the best part about it, is exploring the game the first time. Like, that's the coolest thing, is, like, running, like, the open world is beautiful, yeah. And you just want to, like, run around and explore and stuff, and, like, you have all this choice, and that, yeah, that's cool, but, like, if you break down Elden Ring, like, critically, and, like, you actually look more closely at boss design, like, the boss design is not good. Like, it's nowhere near as good as previous From titles. I don't know how the fuck we went from Sword Saint Ishin to Elden Beast. Seriously, dude. I do really like Radagon though. Radagon's probably my favorite boss in the game. So it really sucked to go from Radagon to fucking you know, Elden Beast. That'd be like the equivalent of fighting Sword Saint Ishin, and then in phase, like, after that you fight Divine Dragon, and that's the final boss. Can you imagine that? Like, fucking hell. I guess, like, it wouldn't be so bad the first time, again, like, because it's a spectacle boss, right? Elden Beast is a spectacle boss, Divine Dragon's a spectacle boss. They're like the same thing. So the first time it would be like, oh yeah, it's cool because it's, like, easy and it's cinematic. But then when you look at it critically as an actual boss fight, right? It is so fucking bad. Like, it's so bad. Elden Beast is pretty easy, like, casually. Like, it's much easier than Radagon. He's just annoying. Like, dude, like, Elden Beast is, like, the least engageable boss. Because he just fucking flies away. He, like, flies away and dives and just shoots projectiles at you the whole time. It's just a game of cat and mouse. I remember, like, when I beat Elden Beast on my first playthrough, I felt so empty and, like, unsatisfied. I was like, is that it? Like, because it was the last boss in my game, because I kept Elden Beast last. I did, like, every other boss in the game. And it was so underwhelming, man. I was like, fucking hell. They probably just kept all the good bosses for the DLC or something. But who knows? But I mean, like, you know, all the other Souls games, I mean, or at least DS1 and 3, and even Bloodborne had good final bosses, even in the base game. Like, Soul of Cinder is one of the coolest bosses ever. I remember when I fought Soul of Cinder the first time, and I was so hyped. Because I remember before DS3 came out, I actually, like, called what the final boss would be, somewhat. Because I told my cousin, and I told my friends, like, dude, like, imagine if, like, the final boss in Dark Souls 3 is like, you from, like, Dark Souls 1, like, when you become Lord of Cinder or whatever, after beating Gwyn. I was like, dude, what if, like, that's you? Like, you... And then that's kind of what, like, Soul of Cinder is. And I was like, oh my fucking god, I thought that was so cool. How he, like, has all the movesets of, like, the player. And how the music in Soul of Cinder is, like, reminiscent of Gwyn. Plin plin plon theme. And then, of course, like, base game even had, you know, base game DS3 had so much good shit, and the secret boss was great. You know, they had Nameless King, which is my favorite DS3 boss. And then the DLC was even better once that came out. Oh yeah, Sekiro has the best combat by far, and some of the best bosses. But the combat just flows so well in this game, like it's super engaging and it's just a dance. And like you know, you get rewarded for playing aggressively, that's so fun. Like this game, you can feel like such a badass once you master the combat in this game. Like yeah, it's a steep learning curve, but like once you learn the combat it just clicks and then it's kind of like, I think it's easy to master it after that. And it feels so satisfying. I hate that like you can't do that in Elden Ring for the majority of the bosses, like it just doesn't flow. Like most bosses, like I said, they're not engaging. And like a lot of times you have to play cat and mouse and like run away or whatever. It just, you know, it just doesn't flow. You know what I mean? Like there's always a way to counter something in this game. You know, whether it's Makiri counter or doing the head stomp on a sweep attack or using the dodge or parrying. In Elden Ring, you've just got, you know, dodge, roll, and attack, which I think it worked in Dark Souls, but in Elden Ring, like it just, I think it just isn't it. I think like what the player can do doesn't keep up with Elden Ring's combat. Or like a lot of the bosses, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the bosses are batshit crazy and you don't really have much to combat it with. You just have your shitty dodge roll. Dodge roll and attack. And the jump in Elden Ring is almost useless. Like rarely is the jump actually good. 99% of the time you're better off just rolling than jumping. Because the jump just isn't reliable and it's, you know what I mean? Like not to the same extent as the jump in Sekiro. Like, I want to feel like a badass when I'm fighting shit. Like I do in Sekiro. I want it to look and feel good, and I almost never feel that way in Elden Ring. I had to put the, you know, I had to do like an RL1 run, RL1 plus 0 to even get close to feeling like that, and even then, it didn't feel like that. I tried to play super aggressively, and to just make the fight flow, but it actually just made it worse. Because then I was dealing with more bullshit. You know, it was making me like see because most of the fights were endurance fights, it was making me see more bullshit. And just like bad boss design and bad flow. Where of course, like if you're just doing a casual run, you could just do big damage and delete the boss before you could even see like what was happening. You just want to see like big damage numbers and see the boss health bar get wrecked. And just kind of like brute force your way through it. That's how it is in Elden Ring. Like you're really just trying to brute force your way through all the bosses. That's how it felt like most of the time. You know, you would just get hit a bunch and then you would heal. I found that I was getting like impatient as well. Like when I was trying to do like super aggressive fights, you really just can't. Because you constantly have to disengage and like you gotta watch your stamina. I don't know. They should have just gone no stamina in Elden Ring. I think it's way better. Honestly, I don't even see the point of having stamina. I guess for like PvP it makes sense. It's kind of like similar to weapon durability. Like, what's the point of weapon durability? It just like slows down the game. But I think like that's kind of the feel that they wanted to go for. I could see in like older Dark Souls, like, you know, they wanted you to feel like a knight and like play slowly and patiently. That was kind of like what Dark Souls was all about. It was kind of more slow and calculated and methodical. But then like in Elden Ring, it's kind of like batshit crazy. Like the bosses are batshit crazy, but like you're still that kind of slow knight kind of guy, and you can't really like keep up with all the bosses. Because like you've got to watch stamina and disengage, be patient. It's just frustrating, man. What do you mean the counter? You mean the timer? So I'm practicing. What the fuck? Okay. farm your way into badass. Yeah, of course. I think that's you know something I really don't like about Elden Ring is that it really is not the same as previous From games where you have to get good. It's I fucking hate that, man. I know it makes me sound like an elitist, but that was the magic of From games, and you know that feeling of triumph that you got in the older games. When you overcame adversity, it just is not in Elden Ring. It's not the same. If your idea of like overcoming it is avoiding it and like going and leveling up, you know, first to brute force your way through it with higher levels, that isn't getting good. Like that's not giving you the same satisfaction. It is not the same. Like, yeah, I guess, like, I get it, like, it's funner, and it is more accessible, and, you know, because less people are going to quit the game, because they have, like, more choice. But I don't know, I don't like that. I liked the more linear style of the older games, where it forced you to get good. It's like, you couldn't win the fight, then fucking too bad, that's your fault. Learn it. And you really, like, Elden Ring at never like any point in the game, like, do you really have to learn much? It's more like, how do I get a fucking bullshit build to just delete this boss? Or like, maybe I'll just get lucky. That's how I felt in my first playthrough. Like, if I was struggling on a boss, which, like, I rarely did. Obviously, like, it was a cakewalk for me because I'm a Souls veteran. But like, it felt like if I got through a boss, it was more like luck than like me actually feeling like I improved as a player and like learned the patterns of the boss. Even after no-hitting the game for hundreds of hours, I never felt that like I actually really got much better as a player. Where Sekiro really makes you feel like, you know, by the end of the game, and like after you've replayed the game, you really felt like you got better at the game. You know, you were a better player. Only for Sekiro, I disagree. I mean, like, yeah, you can level up still, and like in Dark Souls. But it's not to the same, like, level as Elden Ring, right? Because it's more linear. Like, you can only level up so much. And, you know, you can only get so many upgrades before you have to fight the next boss. Of course, you can make it easier for yourself. Especially if you look up some build. But not to the same extent as, like, Elden Ring. And Elden Ring makes it easier because it's an open world game. And there's so much, like, choice. Anyone can... And most players do this. Most people will start Elden Ring and they'll look up a guide when they get stuck. And they'll go and make this bullshit build. And then the game is just a joke. I think games are a lot better when you couldn't look up... You know, like back in the day where you couldn't look up guides and stuff? Obviously, they were a lot better then. But Elden Ring gives you like so much more freedom into what you can do. At least in Dark Souls, you still... could only really get so far, or like get so strong. You still had to be pretty good, and you still had to learn the boss's moves. And the feeling of triumph and satisfaction you got in Dark Souls was way better than Elden Ring. Like, I can say that easily, because like Dark Souls were, you know, Dark Souls 1 was my first game, and then I played DS2 and 3. And I did not get that same feeling in Elden Ring. And of course, like, you can also say, yeah, like, Elden Ring wasn't my first FromSoft game, so it was easy for me. It was a cakewalk, but that, like, I can still see, like, how it's, like, badly designed with the bosses and stuff. Like, how it just doesn't have that same... It didn't give me that same magic feeling that, you know... I got playing Dark Souls. And I'm sure, like, you know, 90% of players on Elden Ring, it's probably their first From game, and they probably think it's amazing, which it is. It's an amazing game. And they probably think it's like a masterpiece. But like, if they had played the others before it, I could almost guarantee they would, like, you know, they would feel the same. Where they, you know, they realize, oh shit, like, I'm not getting that same feeling that I got in those games. It's also probably because, like, when I played Dark Souls 1 and 3, like, when I played Dark Souls 1, I played it in 2013, and I told myself that I would not look up guides, and I would just go in blind. And I did that. I went in blind, and I played solo. I didn't use any summons. And dude, I think that's like the true Souls experience, and that was so satisfying when I finally beat the game. Because, like, I was so shit at first, and I was, like, getting wrecked. But I just pushed through, and the feeling I got was fucking magical, man. And then when DS3 came out, you know, I'd already played a lot of DS1 and 2 by that point. I played it on day one. I'd pre-ordered it, played it on midnight release. I was a Souls veteran, so, you know, again, I could say I was a Souls veteran, so DS3 was a cakewalk. And yet I didn't, you know, I still fucking loved it. It's my favorite FromSoft game. And I replayed it so many times. God, I keep unlocking early. And I can still tell that the bosses and the boss design in that game is so much better. Even though I was much better at Souls by that point, it's still... I still have so many good memories of it, and the bosses still made my heart race, and I felt satisfied. It was like magic, dude. It was that magic FromSoft feeling. But I also, again, I played DS3, you know, I did the true Souls experience where I played it solo with no summons. And that's also because the game had literally just come out. Like, keep in mind, I played it on midnight release, and because I was a Souls veteran at that point in 2016, I just blitzed through the game. I got through the game so fast that there was literally no summon signs on the ground by the time I got past Abyss Watchers. I must have been one of the first people to, you know, get to the end of the game in the world, because I remember I put down a summon sign, like, at Abyss Watchers too, that said, like, victory, and it got, like, thousands of fucking votes, because it was, like, day one. But man, after I beat DS3, I jumped straight back into it, mate, like, you know, into New Game Plus. Or like making new characters, doing PvP, leveling up all the covenants. I fucking loved it. When I beat Elden Ring, I had zero desire to want to do New Game Plus. That sucked. I was like, dude, I was really thinking that, like, with Elden Ring, I would get that same feeling I got with Dark Souls, where I would want to play again. The same feeling I got with Sekiro. Sekiro, you know, remember, like, after DS3, like, that's all I played. And then Sekiro came out, it humbled me. I had to unlearn everything I knew about Souls, because it was nothing like Dark Souls. And yet they still, somehow, on a brand new IP, a brand new game, brand new combat, were able to replicate that same FromSoft magic. And they really had to... You had to get good, man. You had to get good. It was the truest FromSoft experience that you could possibly have, because the game forced you to play solo, forced you to get good, and it was a fucking masterpiece. And when you overcame it, it was fucking amazing. Elden Ring didn't give me that. And dude, I really wanted so badly to love Elden Ring, trust me. Like, you could tell, at that point, I was a huge FromSoft nerd. I waited years for Elden Ring. I really wanted to love it, and I wanted it to be like my main content. But I just... After my first playthrough, after doing no-hit for so long, seeing the flaws in it and just think like the game was just too damn big, and doing horse simulator riding around for hours. I got burnt out so quickly, man. But yeah, like the first playthrough was, yeah, so it was great. Exploring was by far the best part. But I didn't get that same feeling of triumph for sure. I just felt empty inside after I beat Elden Beast. I want that feeling back. I want them to make another game where it really challenges you. I don't fucking care if it's not accessible. I don't care if it's... You know what I mean? Like, I don't want them just cater to the wider audience again. I want it to be... just... hardcore. Well, not hardcore, but like tough but fair, you know? Like Dark Souls was. Even Sekiro. Go back to that. Go back to the more linear, interconnected worlds. That's what they're masters at. That's their masterpiece games. Sekiro and prosthetics upgrades? Not really. Prosthetics don't really... Like, you can't even compare. You can't compare prosthetics to, like, leveling up in Elden Ring. Like, you can get far, far stronger in Elden Ring with leveling up your character and upgrading your weapon. Both of which you can't do in Sekiro. You can only upgrade attack power by killing bosses. Other than that, you have, like, a very limited upgrade system with prosthetics that barely do anything. They don't really do much damage. They're more utility. They're not damage dealing weapons. Well, my no-hits, not melee builds. They were, kind of. I mean, I used, in Elden Ring in my no-hit runs, I used, what's it called? The fucking... Moon Veil? Yeah, Moon Veil. Couldn't remember. So, like, it was kind of half melee, half, like, shooting projectiles from my sword at, like, close range. But even then, it was... A lot of the bosses were, like, scripted, which actually made it even worse because it was like horse simulator for you know, more than half of the run, and then it was just the boss fights were just like unengaging or like non-engaging scripted fights, and I didn't feel like I was having fun. This one has the largest potential gap in your builds. Yeah, but I think like, yeah, magic as well is like way too good in Elden Ring, and obviously they made it like that because of the open world. I kind of like that magic like wasn't the meta, you know, in the older games, because I think melee is the funnest way to play the game. But like magic was, you could still make it like viable. It just wasn't the best build. But now magic in Elden Ring kind of trivializes the game. And so Ashes of War, like Ashes of War are way too good, and they're, you know, they're kind of, I guess you can class them as magic. Satisfaction of learning all the counters and dodges, it felt so good. Fuck yeah, dude. First playthrough, yeah, I think even on the first playthrough, Elden Ring can feel a bit overwhelming. I certainly felt a bit overwhelmed. And I'm always like that with open world games, and I don't like that. Like, I felt that way a lot with, like, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I didn't like how overwhelming the open world felt. Like, yeah, it's cool, but sometimes it's just too much. Like, Leonia, I felt so overwhelmed, I was like, fucking hell. That area's massive. And it's also, it's partly... I think like my OCD is kind of partly to blame for that, or perfectionism, whatever the fuck it is, where I have to like scour the whole land. Like I have to search every nook and cranny. I have to comb over every pixel of the game, you know, to make sure I haven't missed anything, and I've got to map it all out in my head, and that gets a bit overwhelming. I think it's fun if you're, like, you gotta be in the right mindset for it, like, if you want to play a game where you want to explore and stuff. But that's not exactly, like, what I play Souls for. So, you know, it's a completely different kind of game. Like, I like a little bit of exploration. And, like, you could say that, like, Dark Souls 3 or even Sekiro is, like, semi-open world. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, like... There's really like no loading screens anywhere, like it's all like a one big connected world. But like it's not true open world. So it's basically already like semi-open world. And I really like that. And it's sort of interconnected but not to the same level as like DS1. And it's not like too big, like it's not too overwhelming. It's like... It's just a really well-designed, handcrafted experience. It's the true Souls experience. And it's good. Yeah, I like Lives of P. I think it was fun. I like that it went back to the, you know, original Dark Souls formula. I think that's why it was so popular, is because people are like, oh my god, it's like Bloodborne. It's like Dark Souls 3 again. And I think it's good, you know, it's easy for anyone to hop into. It's a very replayable game. It's a very good, like, speed game and no-hit game. Because it's just, it has that simple Dark Souls formula, and it's not overwhelming and huge like Elden Ring. And I think it just works. And you know, I think FromSoft, if they go back to that formula, they could learn from what they've done with past games, with Elden Ring, Sekiro, Dark Souls, and they could make an even better game with their original formula. You know, make a better game than Lies of P. That's, you know, that they created that genre. That's what they're good at. That's what they're masters at. Why not go back and do that again? Well, yeah, there's loading screens, but not to like the same. You know what I mean? Like it's basically like a semi-open world game. Yeah, there's like a few loading screens, of course. I mean, but it's still, you know what I mean? It's like a semi-open world game. Like you could say the same thing about like Elden Ring, dude. Like there's times where you have to go through loading screens in that game. It doesn't make it not a true open world game. It's not like fucking like Elder Scrolls or Starfield where as soon as you walk inside a building there's a whole 20-second loading screen. It's just one continuous world. Yeah, it's as hard as you want it to be and as easy as you want it to be without an actual difficulty setting. Yeah, but I think yeah, I think that's good obviously for accessibility and it caters to a lot of casuals. But I think I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of having that choice. Because I think that's just, it gives you an easy way out, and that kind of defeats the entire purpose of Souls games. I think like the fact that you have that choice is what ruins it. It's the very thing that ruins it. It's because it's, you know, the open world is what causes that. Because like I said, that is the very thing that stops you from getting that feeling of triumph. Because you're never going to get it. Like, yeah, you could go and fight, say, Margit straight away. Like, straight out the gate. But why should I? Like, yeah, you can play it the way you want to, but why in the fuck would I? You know what I mean? Like, why would I do that? It's the fact you have that choice that I don't like. Like, yeah, the idea of it, in theory, sounds cool, but like in execution, I just don't think it's good. I don't think it gives me a good feeling. Like, everyone has a massive hard-on for open world. And of course, like, it's gonna bring in more players, because it's more accessible. Yeah, like, it makes sense. But I don't know, as a hardcore fan, I don't like it. And I think it also ruins replayability. You know, people say Elden Ring has like the most replayability, but in fact I think it has the least replayability. Because I think having all that choice, like this is exactly why I had zero desire to want to replay the game. Because after I had already explored everything and the whole, you know, the whole novelty had worn off of like, oh, there's this big world to explore. After all that, it was like, now I know where all the good shit is. And like, why, like, I'm not even going to explore 90% of it, because 90% of it is pointless, right? Here's another thing. You don't really get rewarded for exploring a lot in Elden Ring, because like 90% of the dungeons you get shit rewards. And so like, you know where all the good stuff is. You're going to be riding around on a horse for like an hour doing a setup to go and get a super OP build, so you can just delete the boss. That is not good replayability. It just turns it into a horse simulator. And it ruins that feeling of triumph. You can go your entire 1,000 hours of game time on Elden Ring and not learn a single fucking thing about the bosses. Because you can just make yourself that OP. That the game's a joke. And I think that ruins the point of it. I've never played Neo. Oh fuck. And like I guarantee there's so many people, dude, like there's probably people who brag to their friends about how good they are at Elden Ring. And I bet they're the same, you know, a lot of them are probably people who on their first playthrough like looked up guides and got like this super OP build with like Blasphemous Blade or something, just blitz through the game and like bragged about it to their friends. But they probably don't know shit about the game. It's like left their friends in the dust. I liked that with the older Souls games, it was a more relatable experience where everyone had to kind of get good and like fight the bosses, and you would kind of like have to tell your buddies like you could tell your buddies like tips and stuff, but they would still have to go through the hardship of learning the boss, and they still got that feeling of triumph. But in Elden Ring, like anyone can just look up a guide, get super strong, and delete the boss, and they brag about it to their friends, and it's not a relatable experience at all. Like, yeah, you'd think like, oh, well, people can take different approaches to the game, so that's good, right? But I don't know. I don't think it is. I think maybe on the first playthrough it sounds cool, but I think replayability wise, it's I don't know. I don't think it's great. I guess it depends on like what your values are for replaying the game. Like when I replay these games, I just want to like get better at the bosses, but I don't feel like I'm doing that if I in Elden Ring because I have the choice. It's like when I was doing no hit runs, it's like if I have the choice to get to like +9 before I fight Margit, like why shouldn't I do it? And that was the problem. Like I could go and fight him, you know, at the beginning of the game, but it's like why the fuck should I? I don't it's the fact that I had that choice that just annoyed me. And that's why I always liked, especially coming from Sekiro, right? Or like Dark Souls 3, where you like, you know, you jump into a, even say like, take Dark Souls 3, because it's more relatable. You start the game and you go and fight Udex Gundyr straight off the bat, and then you're going and you're basically fighting Vort straight away as well. And then you're going to the next one. Or you could do Dancer, and then you're going to the next boss and the next boss. And there's only so much you can do in each area or get so strong before you go to the next boss. And that was like that made replaying it like super fun. But I think like in Elden Ring you just can't really do that. Because of course as soon as you start the game and you've got the choice to go anywhere you want, you're gonna go and like make this really fucking stupid build. You're gonna go skip 90% of the dungeons. And it's just not the same at all. Like in any realm. Like playing Mario, but if you get the option to get power-ups, yeah. Very satisfying and high skill ceiling combat with minimal bullshit fights provided you can understand. You don't agree that having a choice in how you go about the game is bad? It appeals to anyone? Of course it does, yeah. It's appealing. Like, that is an undisputed fact that it's appealing. And of course, it made Elden Ring by far the most popular game. And of course, it makes me sound like an elitist. But like, that's just what made the older games special. You play at RL1, New Game Plus 7 plus 0 for fun. You don't expect everyone to play the same way. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot funner restricting yourself, right? Because I think if you play the game without restrictions, it's nowhere near as fun. And I think that's like a universally agreed thing. I mean, like, look at people who challenge run the game. Have you noticed how everyone region locks the game? You ever wonder why? It's the very reason that made the older Dark Souls games funner and better, is because it's a more linear game. Like, that's why literally everyone region locks. Because if you don't region lock, you have that choice, and that choice is what ruins the fun. You don't expect everyone to play the game the same way. You don't agree with older titles needed you to get better because you can just tank anything and not really learn if you wish to do so, and the same is in Elden Ring. I disagree. I mean, yeah, you could definitely brute force your way through some things, but yeah, like, definitely, like, not to the scale of Elden Ring. Elden Ring's ridiculous, man. Like, the stuff you can do is kind of ridiculous. Like, you have way more freedom in Elden Ring. And it's not just, that's not the only problem, is like how strong you can get. It's also just like I said, the fact that you have that choice, that's where you get this problem of like, well, if I can get that strong, why shouldn't I? And then so you're wasting a lot of time riding around on your horse, getting that strong, which takes a lot of time. Like, yeah, sure, in Dark Souls 3, you can get like a meta build in like no hit runs, but it takes nowhere near as much time, and you can only get so strong within the area that you're in, which doesn't really take long. And you still can't get as strong as you can get in Elden Ring before the first boss. Like, you know, look at like even like Dark Souls 3 no hit runs. You have like meta build, you have the wind blades, and even then, like, a lot of the boss fights aren't scripted. Like, you actually have to fight them, and you have to learn all their movesets. You have to learn all the possibilities and the RNG. Dark Souls 3, I think, is probably the best like no-hit game, and also the most satisfying no-hit run in any Souls game. I think Dark Souls 3, 80% no-hit, it was like one of the funnest runs I did. Like, beating Cinder, dude, like, fighting Cinder is fucking scary. That actually takes a lot of practice and skill. Compare that to, say, Elden Ring's final boss in the base game, Radagon and Elden Beast. It is an absolutely scripted fight. Like, from start to finish. Nowhere near the same scale as Dark Souls 3. What am I practicing? Do some Guinea. You have to limit yourself to have fun. Yeah, exactly. No hit runs are rough in ER because of the setup. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is amazing for challenge runs. That's what I've said for ages as well. Like, it's fun if you're doing a casual challenge run where you're not like resetting and stuff like that. But like, yeah, the setup, and I mean, this comes back to replayability. Like, every time you got to think about like, how good is the game from the perspective of like starting a new game or starting a new character, where you're starting from fresh or whatever, you know, and you've got to like go and like make your character. It's too fucking damn big. I just want a game where I can jump in and go boom boom boom, boss 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 boss. like Dark Souls 3 or Sekiro.
巫女よ、もう一度言う。不死のちぎりを俺と結べ。
Dark Side Phil. Getting stronger needs you to collect items. Boring. And then when you get to the fights, you don't fight. Even more boring. You know, one choice is boring, the other isn't. Yeah, that's the problem is that you have the choice. That's what I'm saying. Like, of course, I would want to play it with restrictions, which is what I did. But it's the fact that you have that choice I don't like. Because it's frustrating. It's frustrating because if you're doing, like, say, a no-hit run, it's like, why wouldn't I go and, like, get super strong? And then you'll start blaming... Okay, well, if I actually went and got stronger, I wouldn't have this problem. And then you'll want to go and do your 1 hour setup of running around on the horse. And then the game becomes even more brain dead and scripted. I don't like having that choice. I don't even like difficulty options. I would prefer to play a game in its tailored experience, its handcrafted tailored experience. I get why choice is good. Like I said, it's to cater to more casual audiences. But for me, personally, a more hardcore player, it's not good. Yeah, I don't enjoy it. Like, you gotta understand that. I understand, like, what you're saying. Like, yeah, it's good for choice. Like, of course it is. That's obvious. But the fact that it doesn't give me that same feeling of triumph is not good. And I feel sorry for the people who aren't able to get that feeling. Especially people where Elden Ring is their first game. And, like, they might not have even played the older ones, and they don't even, like, they haven't experienced that. Why is this so loud? And it's not just like Souls games, like actually any game I play, when there's a difficulty option, I don't like that either, because it makes me feel kind of like, man, like what is the true experience? Like what, do I just play in the hardest difficulty? And not always, because it's bad, right? Because, yeah, like you said, you can either make it super hard or super fucking easy, but it's like, I don't like having that choice. I would rather play the true experience. Because in some games, like, when you max out the difficulty, it's not even a fun game. It's just like they ramp everything up, and it's just not fun. And it's like, well, why would I... Yeah, because I have that choice. It's like, of course I'm gonna choose an easier difficulty, you know? But I want something where it's like, right, this is how you play the game. Like Dark Souls, like... I love that. And yeah, like they're like in Elden Ring, like anyone can look up a guide and just like make it a joke. Yeah, Elden Ring literally has difficulty options, like, which is what Dark Souls was famous for, not having difficulty options in the first place. And now you do have difficulty options, basically.
今しばらく
It's like people forgot. It's like FromSoft lost their
お待ちくだ
vision,
さい
or they had to make sacrifices of their original Dark Souls vision in order to make Elden Ring, in order to make an open world game. Of course, the majority of people are gonna like that because it caters to a wider audience, caters to casuals.
留飲を我が手にはできぬようだな
But at the end of the day, it will not give you that same feeling that the older games did. And that is a slap in the face
再び間に合う
to hardcore fans. No matter how you look at it. Yeah, I think it's a good. I think it's a good idea. I think what they did is good. Like, you know, getting a lot more fans into Souls is great. I think Elden Ring's a great game. Like, I'm not saying it's shit, but I'm saying, like, from the perspective of a Souls veteran, and what I liked about the other games and comparing it, like, that's what I really don't like, and it's the reason I can't really continue to do ER content constantly, because I get burnt out very quickly. This is coming from someone who wanted to love the game so bad. But I can't lie about my feelings for the game. It's not like I'm trying to shit on the game, I'm trying to, like, you know, constructively criticize it because I want their next games to be better. Because I love From Software, I love Souls games. It's not coming from a point of, like, pure fucking hatred. But I think if you ever, like, criticize... Yeah, I think it's healthy to criticize things, but if you ever, like... You know, I know for a fact, anytime I talk about this shit on stream, like, people are like, this guy fucking hates Elden Ring, and they just, like, hate me and unfollow me. That's why most people don't talk about it on stream. Like, no one wants to hear someone criticizing a game they love. I get that. But it's because I love these games that I have to criticize it. I'm telling you, it's coming from a place of love, not hate. And honestly, I have high hopes for the Elden Ring DLC, and I think that I might be able to get back into Elden Ring once the DLC comes out. And I think what they're doing... So, I mean, yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. In the DLC, they're gonna have, like, a system that's similar to attack power from Sekiro, which is really good. It's exactly what we've been talking about. Where, I mean, I assume if it's similar to Sekiro, you're only going to be able to get so strong before you know, can fight the next boss and pass through. I assume it's going to be like that. I assume it's going to be... It's probably not going to have as much freedom as, you know, the true open world outside the DLC. It's probably going to be a little bit more linear. I'm sure there's still going to be some freedom, but who knows. You know, you probably are going to have to beat bosses and stuff to get stronger, which is exactly how it should be. That's, you know... It's good. It's so much better that way. Because you will have to, like, actually get better at the game. Like, you will have to just learn the bosses and get good. If they are going to make it like Sekiro. And I think that's really good. It makes me excited for the DLC. I hope the future games are more like Sekiro. Yeah, I mean, I just hope... I think they should just make a brand new IP and take what they've learned from Elden Ring and Sekiro and Dark Souls and just make something, yeah, more linear. Honestly, from what the DLC sounds like, it sounds like they've already learned from their weak points in Elden Ring, and they're gonna make the open world a bit better within the DLC. Like, it sounds like they're gonna make it a bit more denser and interconnected. And maybe it's a bit more linear, who knows. But that's exactly how it should be. I just think like the base game Elden Ring is like too damn big. Like it's spread too thin, and there's too much like running around, and instead of it all being like dense and stacked on top of each other and interconnected, it's sort of just like spread super far over a massive world. And that creates a lot of problems. I think the experience has to be the same for everyone. Yeah, I think the DLC will be good. I've always said like I would return to the game once the DLC comes out. Because the DLC... Dude, FromSoft never misses with DLC. It's always so much better than the base game. So, I don't know. But I can guarantee, man, this DLC is going to be a fucking masterpiece, and it's going to be like, well, why wasn't the base game like that? But you know, like I said, they could learn from this. Like, to be fair, this is their first open world game. They could learn from this and make their next game like even better. Maybe the next game will be like semi-open world again, you know, sort of like Dark Souls 3, but more open. But I don't want it to be so big. Like, I don't want the scale to be so big that it's like a horse simulator. Because that sucks. And I think they should have some system in place where you can only get so strong. Which is what they're doing in the DLC. Say, like, maybe you have to be major bosses, like, you know, like the what do you call them? Like the Great Rune bosses, before you can, like, upgrade so far, something like that. Like, they could have easily fixed the problem like that, like, say, oh, you have to get, like, the Great Rune like, you have to get, like, your first Great Rune before you can get past, like, +4 or something, you know what I mean? Like, they could have easily done something like that. It's just so much better. But then, like, they couldn't do that because they made the game true open world, so it would kind of, like, defeat the purpose of open world, and I don't know. And I mean, I guess you could make it work though. Like, you could still collect upgrade material, but you just couldn't use it until you did certain things in the story. Yeah, I think that it's just because, like, it's their first open world game and they just didn't really know what to do. And I guess, like, if it's your first playthrough and you're going in blind, it's not like you're gonna find, like, you're gonna find all this shit to get to, like, +9, +10 before you fight the first boss, because you don't know anything. And you're obviously gonna go through the game in a somewhat more linear way, where you know, you're gonna, like, clear out Limgrave, and then you get a bit of choice. Most people are gonna go through in a semi, like, region locked way. But it's the fact you have that choice, and it's the fact that anyone can look up a guide from the get-go, and they can go and make this bullshit build. You know, you might have that one friend who, like, goes and makes a, you know, a super OP build, and they blitz through the game, and it's kind of like cheating. It's almost like cheating. And then they can't have that true experience, and I feel sorry for them because they didn't get that true experience. I don't like that. Dude, force them to get good. I love that. Why do you think, like, Sekiro is by far the game that most people couldn't get into? It's, like, by far the most niche game, by far the least accessible game, and yet it has by far the best combat. It's because it's fucking hardcore, dude. It's hardcore as fuck. has a steep learning curve, and it forces you to get good. I fucking love that. Yeah, like sure, it doesn't cater to a wide audience, no. But it's so fucking cool, and it's like one of the most, if not the most satisfying when you master it. And it honestly, it's like the best speed game and one of the funnest replayable games, if not the most replayable. Despite it not having a big big variety of builds. The feeling you get when you like improve as a player and get better at the boss fights and the boss fights just flow is unrivaled. I have to clear everything and discover everything before I go to the next area. Yeah, I think you have to... It depends on the game. Like, you kind of have to be in the right mood, I think, for open world games. And I guess, like, every open world game's different. Usually, I play open world games when I'm just in the mood for exploring and shit. Or just, like, having a good... You know, for Witcher 3 for me, it was, like, a story game. That's what I loved about it. Like, the gameplay, it's not perfect. Nowhere near. Combat's not perfect, but I loved the dialogue and the story. That's what I played it for, and the beautiful world. But when I'm like looking at Souls games, like Souls games for me is like, I'm playing it for the gameplay. It's the video, that's what I love about it. It's a gameplay loop. So like, you know, open world, it's not the type of game I would want to play open world. Because it's a game I want to like keep replaying and, you know, over and over again. And so, open world games are straight up just not fun to replay over and over again. Like, they're never good speedrun games. Like, look at Pokemon Violet, Scarlet and Violet. No one wants to fucking speedrun that. No one wants to replay that. But you look at the older Pokemon games, you could easily replay that, and it's more linear. It's like semi-open world, but more linear, and you can only get so strong before you find the next gym. You go from gym to gym to gym to gym, and it's just good. It's like good gameplay loop, replay value. Open world ruins that. It's overwhelming. It gives you choice. You can go anywhere you want, and that ruins the game. They did the same thing with Dark Souls. They took the original Pokemon formula, put it into an open world, ruins it. Take the original Dark Souls formula, put it into an open world, ruins it. Ruins like what it originally had and had to sacrifice things to fit it in an open world game. Even like you take like Skyrim, like Skyrim is like one of the most famous and best open world games. And yeah, it's like it's fun to make new characters every now and then and replay it. Although I don't think it has the best replay value compared to say like even Oblivion. And like no one's gonna want to like jump straight back into Skyrim. Like you don't beat Skyrim and then immediately make a new character. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna keep replaying it over and over like in quick succession. But also like Sekiro, not Sekiro, fucking Skyrim. Skyrim has it has that leveling system where you can be a jack of all trades and you can level up all your skills. And so like you can't even really like what's the fucking point of like making a new character, because you can make any build on that one character. You know, in Oblivion you had to choose like your major stats and you would have to like stick to that build in that playthrough. I kind of liked it better that way. But in Skyrim it's like what is the point of making a new playthrough or making a new character? Because you're just going to end up using the same build every time, or like even if you try to make a different one, you can always switch build to anything you want. At least in Souls, like, you know, it's not like you could really be a jack of all trades. because it would take like ages to level up every single individual thing
ミコよ
by the end of the game.
不死のちぎりを俺と結べ
Yeah, I haven't finished Scarlet. I got like past halfway through the game and I just got so overwhelmed with the open world, and I would take way too long to clear the open world. Because like I said, I have to comb over every like pixel of the game, so I'll just be going back and forth. And the render distance is so bad in Scarlet and Violet. You can only render things in like 10 meters away, which made it even worse. Because you were like scared you're gonna miss something, and you have to keep going back and forth. And, you know, where most of my friends, they would just beeline it straight through the open world, straight to the gyms, and it was just a cakewalk. Game super handholdy and easy.
なるほどな
And it was like, man, what's the point of even...
貴様を殺し
I knew that I didn't need to explore the open world. I was already well strong
我が
enough.
手にはできぬようだな
But I felt like that was the point of the game. Like, they made this big open world for me to explore. If I'm just gonna run past it all, what's the point?
再び間に合う
Yeah, I think I just didn't... In the end, I just didn't like it. It felt too, like, overwhelming and just didn't fit. Like, yeah, everyone's always liked the idea of an open world Pokemon game. When we finally got it, it, like, just wasn't actually good. Like, the idea of it sounds good, but it's just not. And it ruins, like, the original formula. Because you had all this choice, and so you could, like, from the very beginning, go straight into the late game. And you could fight things that were, like, way higher level than you. Or you could go somewhere, like, much lower level, and it would just be a cakewalk. And it just ruined, like, the flow that the original games had. And also, like, so you would kind of, like, you would want to be playing it in order. And so half the time you're trying to figure out, like, which is the next town you should go to, where it's not too easy or too hard, where it's like, it's the order that the game wanted you to play it in. And that was just annoying, man. I would have much rather it just been a more linear, like, tailored experience, right? You replayed Sekiro 10 to... Yeah. Like, I replayed, you know, Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2 and 3. Definitely replayed, like, 3 a lot more than any of them. You know, straight up to being the game. But yeah, Sekiro is by far, obviously, the one I replayed the most. And the feeling of, like, satisfaction I got was just unrivaled. When I got better at the game. Because, you know, when I started this game, like, I was trash at the game too. Not like I was really good at it. But I just, you know, put in a lot of time and I enjoyed it. I just really enjoyed how it... You know, how you could jump straight back into... You start a new game, jump straight into the combat and the boss fights. Pretty straightforward, no farming or power leveling or whatever. Just straight, like, getting better at the boss. Yeah, that's how I did Elden Ring as well. I never looked up a guide, and I did it, like, region locked. Because that's how I wanted to just clear everything and go to the next area. But yeah, like, I spent a lot of time... I spent way too much time combing through the open world, which I guess it was fine in the first playthrough when you're just exploring. Yeah, like, once I beat the game, I had, like I said, I had no desire to want to replay it, because it's like, I'd explored the entire game back to front, upside down. It was like, Why the fuck would I want to do that again? Like, I had no desire to want to go through and fight the bosses again because I didn't enjoy the bosses either. Even though I did them in a sort of linear way where I wasn't too OP. Like I said, even on my first playthrough, I didn't really get that same feeling of satisfaction when I beat them. I mean, I beat most bosses like first or second try. There's only like 2 bosses I remember that I struggled with, and that was Horalu and Melania. And even then, it only took me like an hour and a half to beat each one of them. But I remember being more frustrated than feeling like, you know, satisfied when I beat them. I remember I was just like, thank fucking god I killed this stupid bitch. It wasn't like, holy shit, that was awesome. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, dude, I was molding so hard. I actually molded more fighting Horalu than Melania because of all his like AoE spams and grab attacks. I was fucking molding. I thought that was so cheap. I even said like, you can go back and watch my first playthrough. I highlighted it. I remember saying like, it's such a cheap boss. Yeah, like of course, like I think now like Horalu is funner. Like once I've learned it, like he's definitely one of the funner ones, and he's definitely one of the more engaging fights, where you can sort of like stay near him and like do some cool strafes and stuff. But I think like on the first playthrough, where like you have to die like 50 times through trial and error to learn the timing of like, you know, like all of his grabs that one hit kill you, or like his AoEs that AoE the entire arena and they're super delayed and you've got to like learn the timing. I think that is like bad design, man. I hate that. Like if I can't like react to the bosses and I have to die to them like 50 times and it becomes a fight of like memory over like of course like there's got to be some trial and error, but I also hate that I can't even like trust my own instincts half the time in that game. Because of like the delayed attacks and shit. Yeah, it was fun like once I learned them. But I don't know. Fighting them the first few times I was like, what the fuck? Especially the Horalu. I really like phase 1. But it was like Horalu, you know, the phase 2, that's what I didn't like. I was like, what the fuck, man? Just spamming grab attacks and shit. Open world versus density, people assuming that open world has more things to do, is more fun. It's not necessarily true. Starfield compared BG3. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, dude, Baldur's Gate 3 is insane. Yeah, like, I think they had the right idea with Elden Ring, I just don't think it was executed very well. I think it's just way too big. They clearly just wanted it to be like that though. They wanted this big, vast, open world that was beautiful, where like you could see something in the far distance and you could go to it. That's what Miyazaki said he wanted, and that's exactly what they did. But it's too damn big, man. Like they could have made it on such a smaller scale, and it would have been even better. Like they could have made it way more dense and interconnected. Like it was cool to do once, but please don't do it again, you know? Like imagine like Baldur's Gate 3, like You had to ride around on a fucking mount or something for like ages to get to like the next place. Like, that would suck.
今しばらくお待ちくだされ。なるほどな。貴様を殺しきらぬ限り、流因を我が手にはできぬようだな。参る。忍びよ、再びまみえよう。
I haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3, so don't spoil. I need to get around to finishing it, but yeah, like so far I've really enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3. Probably just play it offline, because I was streaming it for a bit. I wonder if that's consistent. Suka. Yeah, man, some Mjolnir mix. I'm a massive Halo fan. Halo's my favorite game of all time. What a legendary song. Steve Vai played the guitar on this one. Holy shit. Right. It's raining. The Halo Reach action. Trying to see if I can kill this monkey without dashing forward. I think dashing forward's faster though. I don't know, it doesn't feel comfy. Raidler, thanks so much for the 11 months, dude. Welcome back. Thanks for the long-term support. Appreciate you, dude.
And he's doing ridiculous runs that nobody even wants to do. And he's goddamn Australian, which makes him like incredibly handsome and dreamy and like unobtainable for like the average American. We're just like, wow, dude, that guy's sexy. You know, you wish you could be with him, but you know he's so far away. There's no way.
Man, I am so blind. Shocking. I feel like my eyesight's getting worse. I just had an eye test though. I had an eye test recently and they said it didn't get any worse. But even since then it feels like it's gotten worse. Fuck man, I'm probably gonna get LASIK surgery. Yeah. Maybe my headaches are from eye strain. I don't know. Any glasses havers? I don't know if it's... Dude, I've like been glued to a screen my whole life. I mean, honestly, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that could suddenly be it. But actually, I mean, I don't actually spend a lot of time, you know, on computer. Like, I work every day and I don't work in an office or anything. This might be an old save file. Yeah, I tried to get blue light filter, but I don't know, I must have got a shit one because they reflected a lot of light and it looked shit. Like both on stream and in real life, you could see like glare. I mean, I heard you can get better ones that don't do that, but I tried a couple different joints and they both look shit, so I returned them for just regular anti-reflective. Do I have a save file for this? Oh, hang on, I want to try. I'm gonna try something. Yeah, I heard there's better ones. I asked my friend, she used to like work at a glasses store and she paid like shitload. She paid like $500 or something for like real authentic glasses. With both like combined like anti-reflective and blue light, and they don't reflect anything. Like you don't see any glare. So it must have just been like a higher quality lens. I was like, man, I don't know if I like, is that even worth it? I may as well just get fucking LASIK at this point. I don't know. I don't know if blue light, I don't know, but I guess the blue light would be healthier for my eyes. Dun 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 dun. Watch this. I don't know if that's consistent. Dude, I remember seeing Aggie try that fucking years ago when he speedran this game. Like, I've known about that strat for a while. It cancels your Gachin animation. But I saw him get fucking shot doing that once. So, I've never trusted it. I don't know if it's consistent. But I think most of the time he'll kick you, but I don't think it's guaranteed.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
Yeah, see? What the fuck? I guess maybe I was too far in front of him. Thanks for the follow, Chemical Alpaca. Headache could be a lot of factors. Heavy glasses... Yeah, but I mean, I've been wearing the same glasses for years. That's fine. My glasses don't really get uncomfortable with these A50s. Yeah, see, what the fuck? That's not consistent, man. Anything you do to your eye could be permanent. What do you mean? Yeah, I guess you have to be right in front of him. Oh god, that was close. You don't think it's worth getting LASIK? Applications that apply a blue light filter. Yeah. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the orange tinge, you know. It looks fucking weird, but at least like through glasses you can't really tell. Like through good ones. Yeah, what the fuck? Why are you shooting me? What is this from? Halo Reach. It must be from the multiplayer, because, dude, where's that from? I haven't heard that in fucking years. Halo Reach Fortress. What is that from? Yeah, it's from Invasion. I think it's from Invasion. I knew it. I was like, that's why I've never heard it. In years. It was like in the multiplayer there was a game type called Invasion in Halo Reach, and I played it all the time. It was my favorite. And no other Halo game had it. Oh man, that brings like memories. Core stolen. Core dropped. I wonder if it's ever going to be worth just like not using a Gachin. And just... I don't think that's ever worth it, because like if you get shot, you're going to lose time on Centipede, and then that leads into a shitty ape. Yeah, that is not consistent at all. How the fuck? You don't want to do laser? Yeah, it sounds scary, yeah. I don't know. But I was thinking, like, you're probably going to save more money in the long run. So you don't have to keep buying glasses your whole life. And also, why isn't it loading the safe mode? Also, glasses can just be annoying, man. They just get in the way. You're considering it. Did you decide not to? Oh. I think you might have to get the yellow arrow first. I don't know. Is that what it is? Like maybe you have to land a little further away. Dude, heli music's so groovy. Your eye bags are too big. Really? You reckon like your glasses make you look better? I mean, I was thinking that too. Like you gotta consider... like, do your glasses make you look better? Some people just really suit them. Dude, I've been wondering that, like... dude, glasses are such a defining feature of someone's appearance. Like, seriously. I think it gives someone such a different atmosphere, or such a different vibe, rather. You know what I mean? Like... Does that make sense? You could look at someone with glasses and... Yeah. You could look at a guy with glasses and maybe they look more... I don't know, it could be intelligent, it could be like they look more trustworthy. There could be a whole range of things. Same with, you know, same with women. Or maybe this, like, how women perceive men with glasses as well. It gives you a whole different style. Yeah, why aren't you shooting me? I mean, kicking me. Yeah, even like, dude, even within a year of, or, you know, yeah, a year of me wearing glasses, I felt like naked without them. I felt like I looked back on photos of myself without them, I thought I looked so weird. But maybe that's just because I got used to it, I don't know. It's like it became my identity. I remember my co-worker, you know, at my last job, actually he was my boss. And yeah, he had glasses. He looked like your typical nerd. He was a metal vocalist, right? He was in a metal band. He's a metal vocalist. He's like tatted up. He's got like, you know, he's covered in tats. But he had glasses and it made him look so much more like friendly. And then he showed me photos of him when he was younger, when he used to go touring in his band. And he didn't have glasses. And dude, it gave him an entirely different look. He just looked like so much less approachable. You know what I mean? And I guarantee that's how, like, women see it too. Like, women will see a guy with glasses and he's probably, like, more trustworthy and approachable. Whether that's a good thing or not. It can make you go from like looking like a bad boy to oh, this guy's a good boy. I think it gives you like a good boy aesthetic. I think I think that it's deceptive. Yeah, he's not trying to be deceptive. I'm not saying you should be deceptive. But I think wow, you really have to like space it perfectly to get that kick. I think that like my aesthetic, or I realize rather that my aesthetic is like the good boy aesthetic. It's not like I tried to be that, but I think that's just like how I am. Like I've got, I got no tattoos. I've only recently started wearing like metal merch. But no tattoos, like I wear glasses, I look like a good boy. And honestly, like, most of the time I am, like, I'm super, like, good-mannered and respectful in the real world. The people I don't know. Unless I'm just, like, super quiet. But I don't know, like, I'm just saying, it gives you a whole... Am I a bad boy? I don't think so. I think I am a good boy. But yeah, I'm just saying it adds to that aesthetic. I think glasses are attractive on women. Maybe that's because I wear glasses myself now. I remember one of my exes, she was like my second girlfriend. She, like I didn't have glasses when I was dating her. I've said this before on stream, but she actually like said to me while we were still together, she was like, one of the biggest things she's attracted to is guys with glasses. And I didn't have glasses. I was like, what the fuck? That's weird, that's awkward. I always thought it was so weird because I was like, oh well, I don't have glasses. And now, like, ironically, I have glasses now. I didn't think I would ever need glasses. And then I realized I'm like, oh fuck, I'm going blind. But I mean, she at least was into guys with glasses. But she herself had glasses as well, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, she also had like glaucoma. Like her eyes were fucked up. Bum 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 bum. As I lay dying, yeah, they're good. Yeah, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna be blind when I'm older. Will you be able to look after me? I'm like, yeah, sure. Then we were only together for 3 months. Fuck. Yeah, it was only like 2.5 years ago or so now. Yeah, it was only like 2.5 years ago where I realized, oh fuck, my sight's getting shit. I didn't even realize it was just like a slowly... It just got worse over time, because I've got astigmatism. Yeah, it looks like you actually don't want to be right in front of him. But you don't want to be too far ahead, you've got to like find the perfect spacing. How you doing, Hoffman? Some people wear fake glasses for fashion, yeah, that's fucked up. I at least am doing it because I actually need them. I actually really liked them, like, aesthetically when I first got them. But now, I don't know, it's been like 2.5 years now and I'm kind of like, fuck, like, they do get annoying sometimes. Should I just like get LASIK? Like, you know, from a money perspective as well, like you could probably save more money over the long term. And you just wouldn't need to wear glasses to see over time. Okay, this is not consistent. I don't know, man. I think my glasses definitely suit my style. I don't know. Suits my aesthetic. I wonder if I could really go back to not having them. Is it RNG? That's what I'm trying to figure out. People wear them with no lenses? Yeah, it looks goofy as. I have to wear prescription sunglasses at work too. Who's Madison Beer? Man, it's already 11:30. What the fuck? Been practicing all night, talking shit. I should have started earlier if I was going to do this much practice. It's an old strat. It just wasn't safe because there's a chance he just shoots you instead. I'm trying to see if I can make it consistent. Know what I mean? Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba. You had to put contact lenses in. Yeah, I've never worn contact lenses before, but I always hear people complain about them. Like how it fucks up their eyes and shit. Grapple? Okay. Here we are in trouble. Dead space. Yeah, it looks pretty scary. LASIK surgery. But I heard it's not that bad. I was saying that to my coworker too. I was like, man, like what if like you just fucking flinch or something and they just laser your eyes out? And he's like, nah, I don't think it's that bad, man. I don't know if that can happen. But I'm like, I don't know, man. Your brother got it? What does he reckon? Really? Fuck. Jesus. It's got John Marston. PRK, what's that? Photofractive. What? I actually haven't played Dead Space, but I think I've seen the scene you're talking about. That sounds fucked up. Didn't they remake Dead Space or something? And it was shit? Oh. What was it that... I don't know, I swear I swear I heard someone say it was shit. Maybe it was a different game. Laser surface ablation to the cornea. Oh. Oh, it's like getting the Mangekyo Sharingan. Dude, I always thought like the way that they get eyes in Naruto, it makes like no sense. It's so weird. Like, how does like Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan work? Like, do they have to take out their own eyes and like replace them with you know, the new eyes? You know how like to awaken Eternal Mangekyo, you need someone else's Mangekyo or whatever? And like combine them with your own? You have to put on... Yeah, so you'd have to like take out your own. Like, is that what's... Like, Sasuke just like took out his own eyes. And then he just like puts Itachi's eyes in. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, You awaken them. He awoken the Mangekyo from killing Itachi, right? But then he later got Itachi's eyes put into his so that he got eternal Mangekyo. Right? So like, which means he would have taken his own eyes out. Because it doesn't make sense, like, they don't really explain it, because you would think, wait, like, do they have to, like, combine the eyes or something? Like, do they have to, like, does he have to, like, take out his eyes and, like, fucking combine them with, like, medical ninjutsu or something, and then put them back in? Or does he have to take, like, what did he do with his own Mangekyo? Like, did Sasuke take out his regular Mangekyo and then put, like, Itachi's in? And then, like, his brain just remembers, oh shit, he was previously a Mangekyo user, so now he's going to awaken eternal Mangekyo. You know, like, what? It's so weird, man. Yeah, I watch JJK. I love JJK. Jesus Christ. Do-do-do-do-do. Jesus, I didn't parry a single one. Why is it that if you block the first hit of a combo in this game, like, it makes you block the entire rest of the combo? You know what I mean? You block one and then it doesn't let you, like, parry the next one. For some reason. Because I guess, like, you're like locked into that block animation. And it won't let you parry. Cooldown, well, yeah, I guess, I mean, like, you just can't parry, because, you know, when you block, it's kind of like Lies of P. You know, like Lies of P when you parry, and it's like, you're like locked into this animation where you're holding your sword up, and it's kind of clunky. That's what it's like when you block in this game, like, you block, and then once it's hit you, you're kind of, like, locked into that animation for a second. You can't, like, move. Like, you get a bit of a delay before you can attack again, or before you can parry again. And so if they do like a long string of attacks in quick succession, it just forces you to block like the next hit or so until there's a big enough gap that you can recover from that block. Kind of annoying. Solo leveling, yeah. I'm enjoying Shangri-La Frontier a lot more than solo leveling. You should give Shangri-La Frontier a go. It's fucking awesome. Now, I want to try something. Pumpkin was doing this, you know, the strat we do in phase 1 where we do like this jump parry thing? He was doing that, but like in phase 2 as well. And I think it requires like really precise positioning. Where like he's not gonna roll back. Yeah, there you go. Holy fucking shit, look at that. What the fuck? That's sick. That's definitely faster. But yeah, it requires like really precise positioning. It feels like there's a chance he can roll back there though. Like that's why we get him in the corner so he can't do that little roly-poly bullshit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But if you can replicate that exact position every time, I think you could do it. Yeah, but is it guaranteed that he starts starts phase 2 with the quick swipe? I wonder. See now, this isn't. I'm too far to the. Yeah, see, I was too far, and so he wasn't able to instantly attack me. If I like moved in front of him to get him to attack me, he would have like rolled away. So I needed to get him into just the right position where he's kind of like facing this rock wall. Hey Hellion, how you doing? Yeah, it looks like it is consistent. Look at that. Has it always been that way? Does he always start phase 2 with quick swipes? I could have sworn it was RNG. But maybe these movements are making him replicate the same thing. This should work. Yeah, look at that, dude. That's so good. Oh my god. The fog wall drops quicker as well, I think, maybe? Oh no, maybe... No, it shouldn't. It should be the same, but... I think it's definitely faster. And wait, are you saving... You're saving an MD there too, right? Holy fuck. So, okay. So this is... This is the original strat. Okay, you're doing 3 MDs. Stream's going great. How are you doing, Kate? Yeah, so that saves you even more. Man. You really could get away with, like, doing one less Tanto in the run with, like, how many emblems I could potentially save. Hmm. I think I'm definitely not gonna do the Tanto on double ape. I think I can get away with not doing Tanto double apes. Cause I'm saving more emblems now. Yeah, see, now this is a bad position because yeah, see, he's gonna roll away. I can always do the backup strat. I have backup strats, it's a good thing, right? I can always Tanto if I need to, I can always use backup strats. Big fan of my speedruns. The canyon skip is still the most impressive technical part of it. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. Glad you enjoy it. What have you been up to, Kate? Man, that's so cool. Dude, I'm sick of getting these friend requests on Discord from these bots, man. These artist bots. AI artists. Let's do Owl. Just chilling playing Sea of Stars and listening to stream. What's Sea of Stars? Bum bum ba-da-dum. Maybe I'll start doing frontside dojo skip on the way to Owl. I saw Pumpkin do it. And I mean, I don't know why I haven't been doing it so far, honestly. Like, it's pretty easy, and doing it under pressure would be scary, though. It also, like, because we do, like, YOLO frontside dojo now, so it would definitely be faster to do that. But he also does, like, a pretty optimal Tanto there. Like, he, I'll show you what he does. He goes up here and he goes... Jumps up here, Tanto. Oh shit. Well, he Tantos on top of here. That's kind of tricky. And then he like wall jumps off. Fucking Pumpkin, man. Turn-based 2D game, very much like Chrono Trigger. Oh, I see. Chrono Trigger, man. Rip Akira Toriyama. Thanks for the good luck, Wormdog. How you doing, dude? I don't like the lighting looks kind of different here. Makes the setup kind of sketch. Couldn't believe it, yeah, man. It's fucked. Yeah, dude, that's tricky, man. What the fuck? Ah, how the fuck does he do that? You can so easily fuck that up. Well, and life gives you lemons. I don't know if I'll do the Tanto there. It looks fucking weird. I feel like I would lose more time trying to do that. I don't know. Fuck it. Give it a go. Yeah, end of an era. What the? Okay. Hmm.
Sekiro Shadow is literally, I think
Black
Sekiro Shadow
Tiger,
is
thank you
has
so
the
much for the
reputation of,
3 months. Welcome back.
He's literally
Thanks for the
doing everything,
continued
and he's
support.
doing ridiculous runs
Enjoy the
of
new
one
sub
video.
badge.
He's goddamn Australian, which makes him, like, incredibly dreamy and unobtainable for like the average American. You're just like, wow, that guy is sick. You know, you can be with him, but you know he's so far away. There's no way.
How you doing, Black Tiger? Nope. Wow. Why did I never think of that? What the? I don't think I should. I need to parry the kick. Dude, it's so weird that the poison can like posture break you like that. The fuck? Hmm. Oops. Ugh. Hmm. Probably the Mind Goblin. I can't do it, man. That's a lot of damage. Oops. No, this is just regular new game. Oops. I need a pee.
Hi, welcome to Chili's.
It's good, eh? Oh, fuck. I don't know why there's so much delay on this social stream, man. Annoying. I didn't think there was delay last time I used it. Had to fight him. Good luck. He's probably... I think he was the hardest boss for me in my first playthrough. He's a bastard. Yeah. I wonder if I'm close enough to the idol here. Ah, I didn't get it. Diddle diddle diddle. Yeah, he is pretty fun when you learn him. I think like the Father Owl fight flows a lot better than this one. The poison in phase 2 sucks. Dude, that's like probably one of the only things. Like I was talking about, like, you know, the double gargs from Elden Ring that have poison. It's the same with this boss. Like the poison ruins this fight. I think it fucking sucks. But at least it's not as bad as double garg's poison. It at least like makes sense to his lore. Like he's a, you know, he's a ninja. He's trying to, you know, Owl's a sneaky dog. He's a shinobi who uses like any means necessary to win. I guess it like makes sense. At least like the poison in this game is like pretty forgiving. Yeah, Alfather was like my favorite boss. He's in my top 2. He was my favorite boss for a while, but I think like Sword Saint is my fave. Yeah, I think Father Owl's definitely easier. With regular Owl, like he doesn't parry the same way. Like there's like a chance that he parries after 2 R1s, but it's random. He can either parry after 2 or 3 hits, whereas Father Owl like always parries after 2. So it's more predictable. It just flows better. And also when Father Owl kicks you, like he kicks off you, and then like backflips away, he idles, so you can run up and like start comboing him. But regular Owl, when he kicks off you, he immediately jumps back into a combo, and there's like no like space for you to attack back in between. And also the poison in phase 2 just sucks. And also he uses those you know, the heal bombs, the heal cancelling bombs as well, which is kind of annoying. Hmm. Yeah, the hail bombs in conjunction with the poison are annoying. Black ink? You mean when Genichiro does that? That's the Mortal Blade. It's called Mortal Draw. Yeah, the only downside of the father fight is the butterfly arena just sucks because of all the pillars and shit. Shit. What's up, Carthia? You change your name again? What, your name? Fuck. Bruh. Flipped the car and fired forward with a grenade and it went boom. Yeah. Nice. You can flip cars in that game? I'm gonna try like refreshing this, see if it... Someone type in chat. Yeah, yeah, what the fuck? It's like super delayed. I don't know why it's like that. I don't like that. Yeah, it's faster to do this thread than the corner cheese. Much faster. No, he only has 2 health bars. Yes. Yes. Hey, is Shawzy still here? Man, it's fucking 12:30 already. Jesus, I'm running my sleeping pen. That miss? Okay. Dude, door memes, holy. Holy. Is that a pause, champ? Dude, I swear, like, Shawzy has every fucking emote you can imagine. I kind of want like a look up emote. You know the Willem Dafoe meme? She has one of those as well. I think look up is a good one. Fuck. I don't know, they should be here soon. He said he started working on them on Tuesday. So I would assume, you know, this coming week I'll have them. Or, you know, next week. Yeah, I'm excited. We got 7 more animated emotes on the way. So, subscribe right fucking now, mate. Any primers in the chat? Exactly. You paid $100 for a bingo extension just to learn there's already a customizable one? Man, why? Any sub gifters? Sub gifters in Sekiro? You must be out of your mind. We're poor, we're dirt poor here in the Sekiro community. Sorry. What in the goddamn fuck? Yeehaw! Can you say that for me next time you stream, Jamie? Since you said you're southern. Yeehaw! I'm gonna get you motherfuckers. Raren? No. Wait, it comes out on Fridays? I couldn't remember what day it comes out. I thought it came out on Sunday. I lost track. Must be Shangri-La comes out Sunday. So what, Freerun on Friday? I've been watching Masters of the Air. I'm enjoying that. Any Masters of the Air enjoys? Dun, 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 dun. What's your fave? So do you reckon Apothecary Diaries is worth watching? You know, after watching like Shogun, like it's, you know, it's very similar vibes as Apothecary. I only watched the first episode and I didn't get hooked, so I didn't bother watching the next one. But I'm sure it gets better. But I was like, I don't know, I wasn't vibing with it. Melbourne? Fucking hate Melbourne. Fuck those cunts. Nah, Melbourne goes alright. Why? I went to Melbourne recently for PAX. Man, like, can you believe we're in fucking March? What the fuck, man? I feel like I just went to PAX and it's already like March. That was like 5 months ago, wasn't it? Holy shit. Half a year gone. There's no way. Why didn't my shuriken come out? Time doesn't exist. Why didn't it shuriken, dude? Ever felt burnt out from secure running? Sometimes, but not often. I mean, if you're speedrunning it, it's kind of a different mindset. Like, you have clear goals and you can always improve, so... If you were just playing it casually over and over again, of course you'd get bored of it. Yeah, I probably will play it if it's on PC. See, like, that's the only reason I haven't played these fucking Sony exclusives, is because they're Sony exclusives. Like, if God of War Ragnarok was on PC, I'd probably play it. Though I've already spoiled myself of Ghost of Tsushima, so that makes me like not care as much. It's probably still worth playing. Is security a possibility? It's a possibility, but unlikely. What's up, Shelby? What was that frame drop? He hinted it? What did he say? Yeah, right. Did someone question him about a Bloodborne remake? I mean, yeah, it wasn't even worth remaking Bloodborne, honestly, like... It's a fucking 2015 game. Why the fuck do people want to remake? It doesn't need a remake, it just needs an update. Game looks great as it is. It just needs to be put on PC, like that's simply all it is. It just needs a PC port. Why the fuck does it need a remake? I see. Must have been a different interview. He did like several interviews, I think. Stop being, how about stop being a cunt? Gaming instincts. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's pretty quick. Sneaky dog. I want him to do a certain opener where he rushes me and then does double shuriken. Just want to test something. Man, Assassin's Creed ambient music is so nostalgic. This one right here. Here we go. Oh, that works. Okay. Interesting. Perfect. Yeah, I guess I need to practice like what skills I need to get. So Another thing about Pumpkin's run, he actually doesn't get Shinobi Eyes. So he's saving time there, because that means he doesn't need to get skills at Owl at all. He just gets all of his Shinobi art skills at Monkeys. And then he doesn't buy any skills until after Butterfly, where he gets, he gets that extra book after Butterfly. So he just gets like Whirlwind Slash, Makiri Counter, Run and Slide, Mid-Air Deflection, Shinobi's Karma Body, Breath of Light, an Emblem, Mid-Air Combat Arts. He doesn't get Shinobi Eyes because he does like a different Monk 2. He does a different Monk 2 Phase 1 where he doesn't go for the Makiri. Yeah, he has like a new Phase 1 strat. It's pretty interesting. He does like an extra R1 and he jump iframes through like one of Monk's swings and then does like an extra MD. But then it makes Phase 3 a bit sketch. I'm gonna have to practice it though. But I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow because it's like 1 AM and I'm getting tired and I don't want to ruin my sleeping pattern. I'll practice the second half of the run tomorrow, which it shouldn't take as long. But yeah, I just wanted to do like a deep practice session because then I can really start to go for serious attempts. Alright, let's raid Jenny. I need to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out though. I'm sorry I didn't really do any runs, but yeah, I think it's important I do like proper practice. But yeah, thanks for hanging out regardless. Just hearing me talk shit while I practice. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Gonna do my meal prep and stuff. Do some housework and then I'll jump on. Practice the second half of the game and then we can start going for attempts. Yeah, have a good day, have a good weekend. Show some love to Jenny. See you tomorrow.